Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here in Sabi. So we're on a low field looking at these beautiful elephants in this riverine here, where I couldn't think we can actually get to look at them this afternoon, but we are. So everybody, while we're doing that anyway, so why don't you jump aboard to your very own live safari through the African wild. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve once again. So we are here, Djuma Game Reserve, but looking at these herd of elephants. Now, we've been talking about how these elephants sometimes they find themselves into their drainage line system, where you may look for them sometimes up in the hill, maybe none when it's slightly windy for them, but there they are. So we were actually so lucky just before we go far from the camp. So my name is Andrew, and I have a BK this afternoon. It was actually a good idea to start on the northern side of the camp this afternoon. We actually started from Gary, is that Galagopan that we started actually, where during the day was some of the antelope that were actually alarm calling in that area, and we believe there were some lions also in the Gari Dam. So this is all we're going to check around. So everybody, We would love to hear from you during this drive. We all love your comments and all the questions that you're sending about. They're actually giving us a lot of comfort and then also exercise or skill out here. So we love them. If you can actually send them, you can use hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, and then as well as at FC YouTube. And then if you are under the age of 18, you can also still pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or the simple way is actually you go WildEarth website, and then where you're able to register there. And then you head over to the live Safari page, and then you can submit your question there. We'll be taking them for you live from various locations here in Africa. So, Chris, he would be also checking south of the camp. He probably maybe later on end up himself into Chitwa there, but his mission probably it's also the cats or anything he's going to find anyway. And then I'm going to be focusing on these lions. If it happens he finds them, it's fine, because they move around so much, and then I'm going to change my plan. But also we have James Richard, so you are commenting saying that what a lovely start with the elephants. I mean, I actually enjoy starting with the elephants, more especially that just as we get out of the camp, because in our camp it's actually in a drainage line system, part of a drainage line system, and it happens they in this drainage line system, but it's easy to miss them. I almost miss them, everybody, but it happens, I saw little one, and then I noticed, well, it's got to be more of them, because the little one, they have to have their mother with them. So Wade in Phinda, they may probably also join us, as well as a Trishal in Cape Town. They may come about to entertain everybody this afternoon. Oops. Just going to listen to the sound as they move about across here. So these, they have already made their way across to the other side, which is the only another young one that has left. It's probably going to make its way across right on our left hand side here. So this afternoon it's not like this morning, it's a little bit of a wind. It makes a lot of these animals not wanting to be in the open very much. Oops. Young girl that trying to keep up with the rest of the group. So here they go. So we're going to try and stick with them. In the meantime, we will be, maybe later on after we have a look at these elephants, and then we're going to be focusing on the lions. See how far they may exercise their strategies and all of the energies they had, so that they may maybe move far, depending on the prey species they may be looking at around here, these lions. BK can see some of the vultures up in the air, which I may look for them as well, so to show everybody they're actually far away. So I'm going to turn around here. So everybody, let's quickly have a look at the weather on our various locations.
Well, welcome to a continuation of what happened this morning. My name is Chris. I'll be taking you on another adventure today. And our initial plan today was literally just to do a little bumble around. And we were just looking for variety, just see what we can find. Today with me on CamOps is Darren again, and we were very fortunate to relocate this herd of buffalo that we spotted this morning. And with the windy conditions, a little bit more windy than this morning, they are lying down at the moment, or the majority of them. Very likely just feeding the entire morning, and now they're just lying down, ruminating, just making sure all that grass that they consumed is thoroughly chewed in order to maximize their digestion. Good afternoon, forest monarch. Yes, indeed, they can contract anthrax. And we do have sporadic outbreaks of anthrax in the greater Kruger region. Not all the time. It is a disease that is native to the area. It's not an introduced disease caused by a bacteria. And we often find that it spreads quite rapidly. But yes, they do. They do contract anthrax, and often lions that would feed on buffalo that expired because of anthrax, they will then in turn contract anthrax as well. Now, it is a notifiable disease in southern Africa, which means it has to be controlled. Now, even though it's part of the natural process where we are now, if the disease, for instance, spread beyond the borders of the greater Kruger conservation region into agricultural areas, it could have devastating consequences for instance, cattle farming. However, we are here and we have not yet seen any cases of anthrax around. It's usually in extremely dry periods where this disease will surface. To elaborate on that, it's not necessarily a reason for concern if there's an outbreak. It usually sweeps from east to west in the park, even though a lot of mortalities are witnessed. It's very often, even just with a little bit of rain, will usually subside. Just so interesting that even the smallest of creatures and organisms have such a profound effect on the ecology. small microscopic bacteria that can have such an effect. But again, it's all part of the process to eliminate genetic material that should, in theory, not propagate itself. It's about the strongest survive. Well, since our plan was to do a bit of variety, and obviously plans change, we would like to stick around with this buffalo for a little longer. Like I mentioned this morning, it's not every day that we witness such large groups of buffalo entering our area, and I'm just going to keep you here for perhaps another 20 minutes or so, just to see what the buffalo will be doing. They are quite close to our border. We'll be back shortly.
So we still got a part of this herd of elephants. Well, I thought they may actually be only the small group that we saw going across on the other side of us, but then we're on a search here in this wood looking for the pride, because we've seen their tracks from Gallagher Pan, so headed north. It's got a few drainage line here, uncrossable, but also some elephants around. And they're so chill, because if it happens, I've seen lions around here. Of course, elephants, they wouldn't really tolerate cats around them. They would behave very difficult and trumpet and so on. But it may happen that maybe they don't even smell them, even though they're around. It's quite a slightly open for sure, I might say that if they're around, we may get lucky. We've seen vultures hovering about up in his air. As you can see, those are all the vulture that we saw. That may happen. These lions have succeed, maybe bring something down somewhere around here. But that we cannot tell if they're still the meat wherever they are. But with the hooded vultures being around, the one of their sign, if something died, they may come the last because they're so small. And what a mix of the vulture now. We've got white-backed vultures. And there are some of them there still sitting up in that tree. It's quite very interesting, because we will exercise this energy driving around in this bush, drainage line systems, and use binoculars to search around.
Welcome back aboard. You're live with me with this herd of buffalo that we located about 10 minutes ago. And they're slowly but surely starting to get active. We can see one or two standing up, just grooming themselves slightly, having a little bit of a nibble. So I think that in all likeliness will start to slowly get moving in the next, I would reckon, 10 odd minutes, perhaps even earlier than that. Just look at that face, scars, very, very thick, worn horn bases, or bosses as we refer to, just a testimony of a lifetime of battles, chasing lions, fighting other bulls. Character. And this one's journey has just started. I think we're towards the rear end of the group. I can hear quite a number of them further southeast of us. It seems like their chosen direction is towards our boundary, which is still a good couple hundred meters away. So we would probably be able to remain with them for quite a bit. Bradley, that is a very good question. Well, herds of up to 2,000 have been recorded in certain parts of Africa. Whether that was a single herd, we don't know, or perhaps it was maybe a couple of herds that for that moment joined up. Now, in our area, I would say between 200 and 500. That seems to be the average size of large groups. But yes, in parts of Africa, there's been reports of up to 2,000 at a time, which would be an amazing sight. Imagine if you, in an open area, and just having this visual of this quantities of buffalo. It varies from area to area, like I mentioned, and it's all about grass availability, the strength of the local population. The terrain, the density of lions in the area, these are all factors that will determine how large buffalo herds will get. Here's a very good example of how to determine whether it's a male or a female. So I mentioned the horn bases earlier, the boss, as we call it, that thick and pronounced horn bases of the bulls. And here we can see the females, much less pronounced, relatively flat, covered with hair. And this lady's just having a bit of a manicure here with the oxpeckers, removing all the parasites and ticks especially. It's amazing how different creatures have different ways to deal with parasites. Is that milk in his mouth? While you are watching this buffalo, let's take a look at an expedition that's coming up in 2022.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
Good afternoon all, welcome to andBeyond Phinda. It is an amazing time of year to get to see the migration, and I hope that you all booking this afternoon. Bookings will open for the Mara expedition trip this afternoon at 6:30 Central African time, directly after the sunset drive. But for now, we are here at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, and it is a cool and cloudy afternoon, and we have found 2 lionesses out in the afternoon. My name is Wade, and as always we have Owen behind the camera this afternoon, and welcome everyone. It has been a really good afternoon for us so far. We left not too long ago. We've been moving around these open grasslands looking for these lions in particular, and started following their tracks about half an hour ago, and they'd moved a fair bit from where they had last been seen this morning, but found them out on this prominent mound in the middle of the grassland, just taking a little cat nap over here. Now, this morning they had been seen with the cubs, and they have 2 cubs at the moment, and the lioness on the left is actually the mom of those cubs. They're quite young, probably about 10 months old, 9-10 months old at this time, and even though they'd been seen with him this morning, they are nowhere to be seen now this afternoon. So I get the feeling that these 2 have hidden the cubs somewhere and have left hunting. They may have been moving around. It's been really nice and cool. We actually had quite a bit of rain this morning, so not uncommon in conditions like this to see lions active. So they may have been moving around a bit earlier, and maybe already had a try and were unsuccessful, and they're now just resting up for a bit later. But a really good spot where they are, because even though they're having a bit of a nap, just by picking their heads up, they've got an amazing view all around. Just as we can see that lioness there, lifting her head. So while they don't seem too concerned with anything right now, every now and then picking their head up, and if they happen to spot a good opportunity, we would probably see a very sudden change in behavior from them. Oh, there's a nice little yawn. Looking around, the other lioness has also picked her head up and yawn. Just repositioning a bit. This is good signs though. As we know from general cat behavior, this yawning and grooming is often signs that they're looking to get active. And the one at the back is definitely starting off her personal grooming routine here. So for those of you wondering, these 2 are the members of what we call the North Pride here on Phinda, right here in the northern side of the reserve. And these are 2 of 5 lionesses at the moment. The last few days we've been watching one of the other lionesses mating with one of the dominant males, not too far from here actually. And they finished up just a couple of days ago, but they haven't rejoined yet. We have a comment coming in from Tyler saying just how peaceful they look, and Tyler, you're quite right. They are definitely taking it easy out here in the open, and will probably stay this way, but I wouldn't want to be any antelope in the area, because that peaceful behavior probably wouldn't last very long for that. Another yawn. Whoa, look at the size of those canines. Slowly grooming now. And just up above us, there's a batelier flying around as well. I don't know if literally flew right over their heads, not too far above them. It is quite brown in color, which tells us that it's a juvenile still. Or he's watching the lions quite intently. Really cool behavior, because we know from them that he flies over our heads now. Bateliers are actually quite important scavengers. While they will hunt regularly, hunting small mammals and things like that, they are actually predominantly scavengers. And something like these lions here would be a good predator to follow. We're going to sit with these lions for a bit. They are showing some signs of activity. So let's wait around and see what happens.
My name is Nomfundo Ndlovu, and I'm the Senior Project Manager for the WISA Schools and Youth Unit. I'm a qualified horticulturalist. I'm particularly passionate about supporting schools towards working through their sustainability journey and towards food sovereignty through our food gardening projects. A typical day in my work involves me overseeing our national projects and creating an enabling environment for schools to thrive and succeed in working towards self-reliance and sustainability, and really ensuring that no school gets left behind.
Being nominated to the top 5 and finally being here, for me it's an achievement. Tracks, I believe I did quite well, and the walk, and sometimes you often drag their feet forward. The storytelling as well, so yeah, I think that's where I see my strongest point. And then that was the opportunity of the scraping. I say the bedding and the call, definitely, for me, it was quite a big challenge. Guiding is not all about the award that we have had, but sharing the experience and continue to do what we have passion and love.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
So we're still sitting here with these elephants, and then of course looks like it's a greater number, and it's part of the small group that actually crossed right on the other side, the beginning of the drive, and then they will scattered all over. So I'm gonna take a look at them now, but we know in the area it might be some lions because vultures are all flying about. And some suggest that they may maybe kill something small, that they may maybe already finished. If it's impala in that pride, it would be nothing really. There would be just an energy, and that they will get going again and look for a more hunt, or maybe take it easy if then their tummies, it has some meal in it. But seeing elephants being so chilled, and they have their little one all over here, they wouldn't tolerate such cats if they ever smell them or see them. But I'm not myself in this area. There's another vehicles which they're also checking along the other side of the drainage line. So I'm checking the Mvu Road in this area. Zondali, so you're asking at what age do the young elephants learn how to trumpet? So that one that we can see there, it's probably anything nearly a year old or just a year old we can see. But that can also still trumpet. So when they start to eat grass, this is when probably they are 6 months, 4 months, 6 months, and that they already make sound communication where pretty much a trumpet to find their other member. So it's so important when they learn in that age, because in case the separation take place, they'll be able to communicate to find the other member again. But that goes varying in age. As they grow up, the trumpet may be louder. When they're bigger, and then trumpet maybe actually when you heard them, you know there was a big elephant that made that sounded far away. But when they're younger, the sound cannot actually travel far. But not only trumpet, so there is various sound that elephants can actually make for a communication. So that trumpet, when they're in stress or probably unhappy with something around. So some of the lower frequency which they also make, and when you hear that sound, you probably hear it as a human being, but some other sound that you probably may not. And then it's only work within the same species of the elephants, so none of the others probably would hear that. Pauline, you're asking at what?
Welcome to this eruption in communication. It seems we had some signal issues. Yep. So you can see now she's got her head up, scanning around slowly. I think it may yet still be a while before they start moving around, but good signs for us. And just based on how they've been moving since where they had been left this morning, I think it would be a good idea to stay with them, because if they've hidden the cubs or left the cubs somewhere and moving around out in these areas, almost certainly looking to hunt. Look at those eyes. She is such a beautiful lioness. This is actually the oldest lioness in this pride, and she's currently she's actually the mom of all of them, to be honest. The one to the right-hand side is her daughter, and she is the one that is the mother to those 2 young cubs that have been hidden somewhere as well. So really, really an awesome figure in the pride. And you can see just by looking at her, very, very regal looking lioness, and big too. We have a comment coming in from Becky saying that this is your first sighting of this pride. Becky, I'm very glad you've gotten to see them. You know, of the different prides we have on Phinda, this is by far my favorite. Granted, a little biased, seeing as I spend most of my time in the north of the reserve, but they have a really awesome dynamic and a very cool story to them as well, with the males and just the different dynamics within the pride itself. We did get to spend a little bit of time with them last week, not with this lioness. I think she's making her TV debut today. But we did see the beginning stages of one of the other lionesses, her other daughter, actually, mating with one of the dominant males in the area. And they actually spent about 3 days in the exact same spot, just mating and scanning around there. They were right at the edge of a waterhole, so they ate once, I think, in that time. But yeah, it was a good spot for them to be. So these 2 are, I think this is the first we've seen of them on camera, if I'm not mistaken. But really, really cool to see them. See, she's slowly nodding off again. We have a question coming in from Mandy and as to how often lions hunt hippos. Mandy, that's not a very common thing that happens, because hippos are a really, really dangerous animal to hunt, and they are massive. You'll typically find that will only really happen in areas where the general game population is low, meaning there's not enough easy game to hunt. You'll find that lions' tastes are often dictated much by what's available there, and they usually go for the easiest option, the least dangerous option, if I can say it that way. So it does happen. Typically, smaller, younger calves are the main focus if they do go for them. But a big bull hippo can weigh well over 3 tons. So it's a really, really dangerous animal for them to go for. So got it.
So we still looking at these beautiful Ellie here. I think he's the last one to go, and then we can then forage around in his flat grasses, look for the lions, perhaps pick up the evidence of where they had killed at. Because of course, seeing vultures, it's got to be maybe a kill still exists, or the kill is probably gone, but the vulture they would still going to be around here, just to check and hope they would got clean all of the bones, and of course they would go through the small meat that is actually left if there's a bones there. But for now, this is the last elephant to go. Pretty much the end of the herd. So they were actually easy for them to miss lions, because once they miss smell of the lions, and of course maybe they won't see it if they're far away. The elephants outside aren't that great, and they have a great sense of smells and a hearing. So these are one of the younger males, which they still be in a group, haven't yet been pushed out by their mother. They can remain in a group as long as they're still 5 years old.
Welcome back aboard, everybody. We are now literally surrounded by the buffalo. Just everywhere around us there's buffalo. And they're all grazing. It is, however, a very peaceful encounter, which is usually the case with vehicles and buffalo if approached in the right manner. They've not moved much from where we initially found them this afternoon, perhaps another 100 meters or so. It is quite difficult to gauge because some are moving and some are lying down. And to give you an idea, from where we found them, there is still a few buffalo lying there, and we have already traveled about 300 meters and there's still buffalo. And we've heard even more up ahead. So just trying to imagine how many buffalo are here. And we can only estimate. See this lady got a scar on her back. And that's very likely done by one culprit, and that would be lions. That could very, very well be lions that's trying to get hold of her and didn't succeed. And we can see that it's nicely healed. And when we saw this morning how quickly they stand their ground to lions, and sometimes it's the other way around. Here's a perfect example of the difference between the male's horns and the females. You can see clearly the well-developed horn base of the males versus the females. Or bull and cows. it's more correctly referred to. Yes, Penelope, that's quite something to look at, and it's serious weaponry. It's a great piece of equipment in the buffalo's arsenal, and especially since lions do target them. And I have seen a number of lions get seriously injured, even being killed by those upright horns that you pointed out. So yes, very impressive. And those tips are razor sharp. Susanna, I agree. It's in fact a privilege to see such a lot of buffalo around. Now, the Greater Kruger Park is home to a very healthy population of buffalo, but these big herds, the ones that you are seeing at the moment with us here, do cover quite a lot of ground, and they could be absent from our area for extended periods. Areas that we have access to, that is, and they might find themselves in different parts of the greater region. So yes, it is in fact a privilege to be able to join us and spend time with this phenomenon. Another very old warrior. Just getting rid of a few itches. See his face, it seems like there's quite a bit of hair loss. And that is quite normal for old male buffaloes. At times they just physically lose that hair, but very often it could be a skin condition, referred to as mange, and you might know it better as scabies. It's a condition that affects buffalo very often. But let's keep watching them, and I will be staying with them for another little bit, and we're going to be going over to Trishona in Cape Town to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm going to shout over the sound of the waves because I made a bad decision today. It's me, Trishala, by the way. I've got Jason and Cameron. I came here to the Misty Peaks tidal area where we could do, look for anemones and other little creatures. And I didn't check the tide chart. So, for obvious reasons, we're going to just have to make do. I can still see a great amount of things to talk to you about, but I'm simply in awe of the waves at the moment. It's pretty much the peak of high tide at the moment, and I've just been sitting here enjoying these waves. So you can see those rocks that are further out. That's pretty much the area where we had been the last time when we saw all those polychaete worms, those tube worms. That's basically there, and you can see that the high tide has covered all of that up. We were walking there. This is awesome. I'm going to take a few moments, and I hope that you will too, just to enjoy the sound of the waves and be in awe of it just like I am. And also maybe the waves that are developing further back. Sometimes you see some cool things in them. So let's have a look and enjoy this together. I don't know, like, it's loud, it's like all your senses are engaged, your ears are engaged from the sound, your eyes are engaged from the development of the waves and the crashing. Your nose, you can smell the salty air. On my skin, I can feel the sea mist, the ocean spray. And as I'm talking to you, as it gets into my mouth, I can taste it too. Now that rock out there, if you can see it, it's just covered by the wave now, but it's going to pop up again. Covered in mussels, barnacles, all fairly big. And that's because they have to be fairly big in order to withstand all of this wave action. I wanted you to note that because where we're standing, which is pretty much just the spray zone, there's not much life where we're standing, except for quite a lot of littorina, or the tiny little snails or mollusks. But they're very, very small, and that's because they can't withstand this kind of wave action. But the adult versions of them would be out on that rock. Isn't it just magnificent? It's so powerful. Imagine being that animal that has to withstand that out on that rock. Constant beating, at least twice a day. And then when you're not getting beaten by the waves, you're going to get exposed to the sun. Woo, hello. I think that's why I love the intertidal zone, because it teaches you so much about different adaptations in a very small area. And hopefully I'll be able to find you. I can already see some littorina as we move about. But we're going to send you over to Andrew and Djuma for now, and we're going to search for the occasional pool with life.
Traditional good luck there in the beach searching. So we got at a pride here. They're all just lay flat, all of them. I don't see the duck mane, but I only see the number of those we actually had yesterday. So we counted 9 animals yesterday, and then we say 10, but including duck mane. So he's not here. Probably maybe he's not far. I don't think he would actually stay far from the bride. Is that maybe we don't see him at the moment. So this is a Talamati bride. They actually have attempted to go for the buffalo this morning. Perhaps they lost interest in that. So we've seen some vultures, some guys, they actually have seen them feeding on there. There was impala during the day, which that makes them now their stomachs at least better than it was yesterday. worse than an elephant trumpet from far. So that's all I always say, it's great to be in a pride, because then cooperation of a hunting, it's always involved. So we're gonna stick with them, see what they're up to.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the waterhole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth.
Hello everyone and welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. This one lioness has just gotten up and moved around. We followed her, and as she's walked in here, she's contact called, and we've just seen a little head pop up in the bushes. There's the little cub. That is so cool. Mom has just walked in here. We may try and reposition in a bit, but let's just wait to see what happens. If they move off from here. The other lioness also got up, but she was quite far away. I think it might be a bit before she gets to us. But really, really cool to see that little head pop up like that. So obviously they'd moved a bit this morning and then stashed the cubs over here and gone off. And now she's just come back to fetch them. I can't see anything now. Let's try to reposition a bit and see if we can get a bit closer to them. Oh, there they're going to the left. So while we try and get a better view of these lions as they move through these bushes over here, why don't we head over to Cape Town and see what Trishala is up to there amongst the waves.
A month amongst the waves, I certainly am. I'm enjoying it so much. I just said to Jason that, so firstly, let me just tell you, we're looking at the tiny littorina. These tiny little bivalve, mollusks here. You see how small they are? They're probably, 2 millimeters at most. They're tiny, tiny things. So these guys, when they're young, they've got to exist in areas like this because they'll never be able to make it out where we looked at that rock earlier. But as they grow, their foot becomes bigger, and so then they have more adhesion properties, and then they can actually stick to the rocks. This is also an important point for competition. So where the adults exist and where the young ones exist are basically in bands across the rocky shore, which means that these guys don't have to compete with the adults. And as they move along, they'll try to collect little diatoms and algal spores along the rocks, scraping it with their radulas and gobbling it up. So you usually find quite small little things here. Even there should be some small mussels, but everything is exceptionally tiny, I must say. So I'm not sure if that there, if you look, I'm just going to point that there. It's like you can see it's something buried in the sand. It's so difficult to point out, but I'm going to point and have a look at the camera if I can see it. That thing, yep, that thing there. It's very small. But that thing there is actually a ribbed mussel. A tiny, tiny, tiny ribbed mussel that's stuck its pointed end down into the sand, and it's just got its end that'll open up, pushing outwards, that it will open up to collect whatever's in the water and filter feed. So as you can see, it's pretty much a nursery, a tiny little nursery, these rock pools. Very nice. So Timothy, hi Timothy, you had a question. You wanted to know if we get any creatures on the beach. Plenty. Also remember that there's the sandy, so there's a lot on a beach. Firstly, there's those that are the areas that are sandy, which is slightly less teeming with life, and in those areas you might get plow snails moving about the sand, crabs, just beneath the surface as well you get worms and maybe some ice pods and copepods. On the rocky shores you get these kinds of animals, you get mollusks, you get anemones, sea stars, lots and lots of algae. And then, of course, we move on to the much larger creatures once we get into the water. Sharks, jellyfish, hydroids, fish, bony fish, cartilaginous fish, lots of them. I've just been saying to Jason as we're watching the waves here, I said to him that being standing at the edge there where I was when we started and listening to the waves and feeling its enormity reminded me of being in a herd of elephants. Because when I'm in a herd, everything, they take up all the space. It feels like I'm totally consumed by them. And that's how I feel when I'm standing at the edge there as well. Totally consumed by these waves. I think that both Debbie and Becky might have a similar feeling. Debbie B says, this just makes me happy. I'm so glad. That's like the best compliment ever, to know that bringing you out here with me can make you happy. So I'm very glad for that. And Becky, you say the sound of the ocean and the sound of the rain are your favorites. They're pretty much my favorites too. It can be so harsh sometimes, like, a storm can be so harsh and the waves can be so harsh and so intense, but I love it. Absolutely love it. So this doesn't bode too well for, actually wanting to actually wanting to look at some creatures. But what we're going to do is, so the tide's going out now. It's going to take a long time for it to totally go out. Jason's doing a balancing act at the moment. Let's actually come here, Jason. Let's put you in a more stable area. Yeah. There we go. He was balancing on this and moving backwards. So, like I said, it doesn't bode too well for intertidal right now, but we're going to suss it out. I see a little bit of algae down there, and we can still chat quite a lot. There's also a bit of fresh water that's coming down, which is not good for tidal pools, because obviously there's not many animals that can exist in a bit of this and a bit of this, and too much change in salinity. So, that being said, I'm going to send you back over to one of our other guides, and we're going to keep on walking and see what we can find.
Welcome back here to andBeyond Phinda. The lionesses have just joined up with the cubs. The second lioness has joined. They're moving. Oh, listen to them growling a little bit. There's been a lot of contact calls, a lot of, jumping up around. I think one of the cubs maybe got a little bit too excited over there. Let's just try and reposition. They're walking through the woodlands just on the side of the open grassland. Let's see if we can try and get a better view. Mind the branches their own. There, they're going just on our left-hand side here. Not too far from here, there's the open side is just on this side. And another one. There's another open area just here on the up ahead. But we have a question from Mandy asking if the daughters ever challenged mom for leadership and so on. And yes, they do. At the moment, ooh, look at this one. Not quite happy with the with the little cub. There's the little cub walking just in front. So it does happen sometimes as the lionesses mature that they start to have a bit of conflict within the pride. And we've seen it in the past, and we've actually seen it recently with the mountain pride, where some of the younger lionesses have actually split off and formed a little breakaway pride, simply because they not getting along too well with the older lionesses. We had it once with this pride a few years ago, where another lioness and her cubs split off, but so far no other real drama here. All the lionesses here seem to be quite happy to be around each other. Let's spend a bit more time with them. They're still very much on the move. We're going to maybe loop around and see if we can get a bit of a better position and hopefully see them moving out in these open grasslands. But while we're following the lions, let's see what those buffalo are up to with Chris.
Welcome back. We are still with this huge herd of buffalo. In the region of about 500 is our estimate, and we just had a little calf that was drinking there, and unfortunately it decided to move off. But just look around us. Now the majority of the herd have moved on now, and there's still a couple of individuals that's still around at the moment, and it's difficult to really comprehend the magnitude of this because of the terrain that we're in. It's bush willow woodlands, or Combretum woodlands as we refer to it in ecological terms. But anyway, our visibility is limited to, I would say, about 100 yards at best. So you don't really get the full, idea of how many buffalo are around. I mean, just what I can see here, I've just counted about 80. And this is literally just the ones that we can see in front of us. And I can hear about 400 meters away from us, I can still hear buffalo vocalizing. So this is a massive herd. Now, a herd of buffalo like this is not actually one herd in its own. It's basically a conglomerate or a lot of small little family groups together. Now what you would have is you'll have a core group of females, 4, 5, 6 perhaps, their offspring, and then a dominant bull who sort of associates with that little family group. And if you ever have the opportunity to be up in the air and fly over a herd of buffalo, you can clearly see these little individual family groups. And then in addition to that, you'll have some splinter groups, older cows that's not breeding anymore, older bulls as well that's been either kicked out from these family groups by younger, stronger bulls, or then younger males who's not yet at the breeding age. Those will be on the peripheral areas or follow towards the rear of the herd, which is quite interesting. People often want to think that this is one massive herd, but it is in fact several small herds that travel together, and that's one of the key reasons why the size of buffalo herds can vary substantial. Well, we are very likely going to move off in the next 5 minutes. They are moving into some very thick bush, and we are hoping to continue to explore and find some variety like we mentioned earlier, and then if we are extremely lucky, signs of leopard.
So we're still sitting here, but then we got a visitor here. Looks like one of the young elephant that is seen around here pushing his lioness around. As you can see, unhappy girl that. So lions no longer where they were. Just have a move. There was actually one lioness that ran to the north, and then that was picked as a target, and a young female elephant was running, chasing it down to the drainage line, and they returned back together this way. And they're not really interested in hunting in that. They're probably just also taking their time. Probably had a lot of experience with the situation that is happening, especially with elephants. Being in lions, you need to learn them, you need to understand them, how strong they are. It's a nice bride over here, but I don't want to take that chance. Probably also they knew that it's a waste of time. It's an unhappy young girl, you can see that. Very threatened, pushing trees and all over. But it's not all about us, because she has seen lions and she probably separated from the rest of the herd. Pride, actually not worrying too much anymore. They're only worrying about maybe that female she may return here back to this. I don't think she's gonna move far. She's still angry with them. This young male is so surprised about what happened. Still looking at that direction there. Doesn't actually looking at us, so that we're in the way. Now we're looking at us. So I don't know if maybe they would get up mobile soon, since they had a little bit of impalas. So that kill that happened during the day, the guys just saw. They probably didn't see the kill when it happened. Dana E commenting that it was an angry elephant. It was. And for the first time actually ran into them. In fact, came out of the bush probably just because she picked up the smell. And then she ran into this area and they all just moved quickly to the other side. And then she ran after one that was separated from the pride, and then she ran in it down to the drainage line. Come back together that way, so there was something to see. So they still have a little bit of a blood on their chin, as you can see, just below the ear there. That's not a true color of them there, it's all the blood. Probably this is when they were feeding all of them in that impala. That's probably really nothing for the whole pride. They would need anything from kudu that it would sustain them at least for a couple of hours, probably a day, before they got very starved again. But so while we're sitting here looking at this beautiful pride and getting chased around by that young girl elephant, let's have a look at the expedition that is taking place after sunset drive, 6:30 p.m. African time this afternoon up in Mara.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
The Mara, wouldn't that be awesome? Well, if you are interested, bookings are open for the Mara expedition at 6:30 p.m. Central African time, so that's straight after this PM safari ends. You guys have been enjoying the waves, and I certainly have too. And it's interesting to note that we've been talking about the intertidal zone quite a lot, and all we've been able to access at the moment is the spray zone, which is the one that's littered with the tiny littorina that I've been showing you. Everything else that we've been looking at or have the potential to look at are where the rocks are far out, further out. So we're just going to have to be patient for a little bit, I think. this area is rocky, but there are little sandy dunes as well that we can have a look at just behind us. We'll do that maybe in a little bit. I went for an algae talk recently. Well, as recent as yesterday. So I've learned a lot of the culinary uses of lots of the algae, especially the kelp and other friends. In fact, speaking of kelp, Jason, there's a dead kelp stipe just below you. There you go. So kelp, obviously, whenever you want to cook with kelp, you should probably use fresh, you should definitely use fresh blades or fronds and nice fresh stipes. So we're looking at a stipe now, which is the stem of the kelp, and I think it's appropriate to tell you about a pickled kelp recipe that I looked at. So I said to you before that all the algae on our shores is edible except for acid weed, which has sulfuric acid in its blades. It's quite easy to recognize. I don't have a picture with me, but it's quite easy to recognize, and it also leaves little imprints on the rocks where it exists. And that's because prolonged periods in the sun and with sulfuric acid causes it to leave kind of a pattern on the rocks. So if you see that around, preferably don't pick anything, just because there could be acid weed around and in your harvest. So this kelp pickle involves getting nice bits of the stipe, not too thick, just nice young. I mean, it's always nice to get young bits. And then you chop it up with some onions and vinegar and sugar, etc., salt. And you leave it to pickle for a little bit. So I'm going to try it out once I have somewhere to do that in the next few weeks, and then I'll tell you how it is. But there's actually quite a few things you can do with the algae in this area. So I've tried to move away from where the freshwater stream was coming down because, like I said, it's difficult for animals to exist where the salinity is changing so much. So we're going to keep on walking down and see if we can find other little critters, and we're going to send you over to Andrew and Djuma while we do that.
So everybody, we're still sitting here, and then there is no sign of that young elephant actually has moved completely, probably trying to find the rest of the herd wherever they are. And he's bright, and they're probably still having it on time. Yeah, it's very nice and open, so I would believe that if that elephant, it was an antelope that went around here, maybe a buffalo, they would attempt very much. So they didn't want to play around with elephants because they're far too big. You can see some of the vultures are still flying about here, trying to balance through this wind because of they still smell where the blood have split on the ground somewhere when they were feeding on that young impalas. Can't tell whether it was a fully grown impala, whether it was a young impala, that I cannot tell. We haven't been to that scene yet. I don't know where it is. The guys just mentioned it happens during the day. But it's true because they still have a little bit of a blood color over there. And I may sleep here again, just maybe after dark. They would probably go on. We're not sure where they're going to end up to, because we're now north of a Djuma camp. And this morning they were seen far in the east with these buffaloes. And the buffalo have moved far, what I heard. I don't think they would attempt the buffalo again, unless if they maybe it happens, maybe they're going to head that way, maybe later on to the east. But they just came from there. That young male is still really active or looking around, worrying about that young elephant that was running into them there. So everybody, we're going to stay put. In the meantime, let's send you across to the Trishala in Cape Town, where she found something on a rock.
A little friend on the rocks here. I see them quite often in Cape Town. I don't want to go too close to this one because I might chase it away, but it does look like a black girdle lizard, which is the one I've been seeing quite a lot on the rocks, especially like, you know, around the beaches, on these granitic boulders that lie around. I've been seeing a lot of them. So sometimes you can see them kind of all lying together, sunning themselves as usual. But this one doesn't look too healthy, or it's a wrong, or I've got the wrong type of lizard, because I believe that they do have, like, it looks a little bit more armorish when I see them normally. Yeah, so we'll just stop and we'll just wait and see what happens. I'm going to send you over to somebody, but I'm not sure who. Ah, never mind. Sorry, I was rushed there, but you still with me. What I was saying is that normally when I've seen them, they look a lot more, the scales look a lot more robust. So I'm wondering if this one is just not doing well, or if maybe it's dead. It definitely has not moved at all. And the body looks a little bit, you know, dried out. But I'm not sure, and I'm definitely not going to find out. Maybe it'll move for us. Maybe it won't. Obviously, the majority... Jason's taking chances here. Obviously, the majority of the time it spends out on rocks like this, so that they can get both its back warm and its belly warm. And obviously, being black is a great advantage because it means it's absorbing quite a lot of sunlight. Now they can be quite, have quite a varied diet. Sometimes sometimes carnivorous, going after insects and other small things they can find. Other times, bits of vegetation. Ooh! I guess it's alive then. Off it goes, we can still see it. There we go. Well, it's nice to know that it's alive. No, it's continued to move. Off it goes. Well, that was a nice find, wasn't that? Get a reptile on the beach. pretty cool, I think, at least. So now we're going to hop over these rocks here. Do a little bit of searching. See what else we can find. That was a really cool find, so I'm super inspired for what we could find next. But now I'm going to send you over to Wade and Phinda.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda. We are with the pride of lions in the north of the reserve, and after a little reunion, they were moving along and playing around a little bit. They've settled down now for a nap. We can just barely see that's the one lioness laying flat, and lower down we have the two cubs, and fortunately for us we've got quite a nice view of this one here on the left. Look at that. This is such a wonderful age. They are so inquisitive, and while Mom and the other lioness are quite disinterested, this little one hasn't taken its eyes off of us once. They're still at that relatively cute and fluffy stage. Just to the right of it, we can barely make out the other one. I don't know if you can see through the leaves there, there's the ear twitching around. You can actually just see that black mark on the back of the ear. Oh, shifting a little bit. Amazing how well camouflaged they are. That black tip of the ear is really the only thing that sticks out. Really, really handy tool for the lions. Something of a follow me sign. Look there, how clearly you can see that. Just with that black and then that white little bar at the top of the ear, and together with the tip of the tail, very important marker for when they're moving through the bushes following each other, especially for the cubs following Mom. But as we sit here watching these lions in the grass, really, really well camouflaged, why don't we head over to Chris and see just what he's looking at up in a tree.
Well, today I'm going to do a little trivia, and we're going to ask the viewers to identify this bird for us, if he sticks around. I always say that if I was a university professor and I had my students design a bird, if they show me this thing, I'll fail them. It's almost as if just took every single bit of paint and splashed the bird. Almost every single color you can think of. Djuma, that is 100% correct. That is indeed the crested barbet. And what I like about what you're seeing with me here is it's often a bird that's found up in the tree. You know, barbets, you know, are arboreal, or, you know, they live mainly in trees, and it's quite weird to find it down below like this and having it stick around like this. And it's obviously trying to feed on something. Then I can't really from this distance say 100% what it's after. fact, we are now in the southern regions of our traversing around Chitwa. And there's in fact quite a bit going on in this little drainage line. There's a bird party that flew over, and a bird party is basically just an association of a lot of different species. Just one single spot where you just see a variety of different types of birds. And we'll just stick around for a moment or two before we continue looking for leopard. See if there's not anything else that will show their faces. Right, we're going to be continuing and have not yet received any reports of leopard in this region. We know that this is a hotspot currently. So we'll just keep on driving slowly, keep looking for tracks, and then in the meantime we're going to go over to Andrew to see what he's got.
So we still had a vulture around here, where we're still sitting with a pride of lions at Dalamatis, but you know, there's a tawny eagle there also involved in this area, because they're also scavengers. So tawny eagle and the vultures and the Waterhole, they're one of the scavengers around here. So that's easily to tell that it's not actually juvenile Waterhole that we always see around. I mean, look at the legs all covered with feather. And look at that vulture there. You could see truly scaled legs. So there's two different species there. So there's a tawny eagle. So always wherever is these birds, tawny eagles, vultures, and then the Waterhole eagle, then it's true that got something happen in the area. Even maybe it will be long time gone, whatever it was done, and then it was something that it was happening in that area. So they don't actually lie. They can sometimes get around for something so small, as long as they can pick up a smell that something's milling around in the area. They'll get around, plenty of them, these vulture, because they are scavengers, and also they are the cleaners. They go after what is been left by big cats, and they are small cats. But it's very difficult for them to able to fly during this windy day. As you can see how that vulture's trying to actually balance but they have to face the wind now, because otherwise their feather would mess up and their whole body is going to get cold, and then they have to face the wind, so that their feathers always fixed. They don't get cold. So we're gonna stay put here with our lions. Hopefully they get to move soon.
So we are continuing. It seems like it's very quiet at the moment in terms of leopard movement. We are still covering the area around Chitwa, and the wind has picked up slightly, and if it maintains as it is, it shouldn't be much of a problem. If it gets too windy, the temperature will drop severely, and it might prompt the leopards to start moving into denser areas and so forth. We're just driving slowly in order to find tracks. It is tricky in these conditions, but not impossible at all. It's been done before. Let's just head down into that little depression down there, that little drainage line, and always a good place to look for leopard. Even around the dam, just spend some time. There is some tracks here, but they have been driven over. Doesn't seem to be very fresh. I can't really point them out from where we are. But let's continue in that direction. There is leopard tracks down here, but it looks like it could be from last night. A lot of vehicle traffic over it from the day's safari activities. So the plan that we have is to work this area, and hopefully it will yield the results. And leopards are not, there's a reason why they are so popular. They are everywhere, but nowhere. They are difficult animals to find, and we're going to try everything in our power to hopefully locate one this afternoon.
See a space where someone once had a meal. Probably some gulls. I would say a kelp gull that has all of these mussel shells just in this little spot. You often see this as you move through the rocks, just a little area that's full of dead mussel shells. Well, the shells are never alive, but the basically waste from after they've eaten. Kind of see it all along, and they're usually nestled among the little bits that are rocky but also have vegetation so they can sit comfortably. This vegetation is soetbos. Every Afrikaans person is laughing at me. I promise, man, I'm saying it correctly. Soetbos. Soetbos. There we go. Soetbos. There we go. I don't know if you know. I've never learned Afrikaans. Like maybe in grade 4 or something, I might have done an Afrikaans test, but that's the extent of it. So I learn as I go, and Cape Town is a great place to be learning Afrikaans, and so is the bush actually. But now, soetbos. I mean, yeah, I say it perfectly. Unfortunately, when it comes to learning languages by means of people around you speaking it, you have to be very selective about where you, or those people that are around you. The majority of my Afrikaans I've learned from Marcel and Gert. So I wouldn't call it, you know, conversational Afrikaans. I'd call it something else. But now it's soetbos, and I know that pretty well. So obviously it grows in really poor conditions between the rocks and in little bits of sand. I can see a bit of sand just down here, but mostly it's nutrient poor. And that means that these leaves are quite hardy. Very, very hardy, and also quite salty. Well, I mean, literally translated, it means salt bush. It's a Chelonia species, Chelonia genus. I think so. So it's quite meaty, to be able to retain quite a lot of moisture, and it's also quite salty and quite recognizable by these ready stems. And you'll find it crawling amongst the rocks. If you just look past me a little bit, just on these rocks, you'll see it quite successful. And obviously they've adapted to being in air and moisture that has a high salt content, so they're able to migrate further down along the rocky bits, even down here, than other plants can. So I had a couple questions. Let's go with Philemon. Hi Philemon, you wanted to know how algae is formed. I guess you're talking about the kelp that we had earlier. So algae forms from spores, quite similarly to ferns in a way. They disperse spores, and then the spores settle on rocks, and then if they're not eaten, they're able to become adults and grow. So a lot of the animals that do eat the spores, the limpets, the barnacles, all those little things that are moving along, especially at certain ages, urchins as well, they find it very difficult to tackle a grown-up piece of algae. So once an algae reaches a certain height or a certain width, they're no longer threatened. So once their spores that have settled on the rocks are able to germinate, or germinate's the wrong word, but able to grow, then we end up with a long stipe like that kelp that we saw earlier. Anyway, let me send you back over to Wade at Phinda and see what else we can find.
Welcome back to Phinda, and we are here with these lions. They've done a little bit of moving around. The cubs got up just now and moved back closer to, there's a little mound with some tamboti trees off behind to the right of this lioness. But the mom has sort of positioned herself, and she's just been watching us carefully the last while. Look, as he said that, she looks around again. Look at that face. You see that underneath her eyes, she's got those distinctive white bars. Really, really striking on their face. And it's thought to be quite beneficial for them, especially at night, when it comes to hunting at night. Being predominantly nocturnal cats, they want the best possible night vision, and having that white patch under the eyes helps to reflect extra light up into the eyes and improving the overall vision. And while she has clearly been quite active now during the day, with this being so cloudy and windy, they seem to be resting for the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if they get going in the next while, because when they were moving around, she wasn't exactly full. The bellies looked quite empty. For now, taking it easy. But while the cubs are sleeping, she's still... We have a comment coming from Linda saying just how beautiful her face is, and you are very right. And you are very right. And you are very right.
It's just amazing influx of elephants into the region at the moment from various other parts of the greater Kruger, and we're looking for leopard, and yeah, we've just bumped into another small group of elephants, and what we have here, that seems like a young mature cow with a couple of youngsters just below her in the drainage line. And we'll take this any day. Elephants, no matter where or when you find them, always great value. Especially when they calm like this. This might seem odd just to find one mature cow with two youngsters, and that could be for quite a number of reasons. Now, first of all, we might not have visual on the rest of this animal's herd, but we do find it on occasion where elephants move away, or they're just not in very close proximity to the herd. Remember that elephants communicate over long distances with a very low frequency sound, and in fact the frequency is so low that most of it is inaudible to the human ear, and we can mostly pick up the upper harmonics of that as a very low rumble. Very often when you sit with a herd of elephants, you'll hear this sort of low rumble. It almost sounds like their stomach is rumbling, you know. It is, however, made by their vocal cords, its voice. And that subson of, how can I put it, that very low frequency sound can travel 4 kilometers. So this elephant could be 10, 12 kilometers away from its herd and still be in contact with them, which is amazing. In fact, they can be speaking to each other right now, and we might not even be able to hear it. The more you learn about elephants, the more they fascinate you. And every day reveals something new. And as safari guides, we often get asked, why do we not keep our engines running? Surely being so close to an elephant is dangerous. Surely you should be keeping your engine alive in order to escape if it acts aggressively. Now, coming back to what I just said about the way they communicate over long distances, vehicle engines emit very similar sounds. So when you are with a group of elephants, you in fact should cut your engine off and let them relax. Now, that engine emits sounds that could actually be irritating to them. So keeping it running is not a good idea unless there's obvious signs that the animal is already irritated with your presence, and then during those occasions you just don't go as close. But we can clearly see that this elephant had absolutely no problem with us. And yet again, it's what we strive for, is to have these type of encounters with you to experience, and everybody gets out and everybody is happy, animal and human alike.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
So we still got the bride, the Talamati bride. Still windy out here, where some of them were that young male. He hasn't stopped grooming himself, so because of the ticks. They need to work around themselves for the ticks because they don't carry these birds. And these birds, you see them quite a lot of time associating with all antelope species and ungulate animals, but not with carnivores. Those birds won't cooperate or welcomed to any of the cats or any of the carnivore species. So they have to make sure they get rid of the ticks themselves, these cats. It's even so important when they're in the pride because they can help each other. Ticks are highly parasite for all animal species, but also can be highly parasite for human. We're lucky that we can feel them, and then of course same to these cats, I can feel them. But maybe when they cannot reach the position, then they cannot block them off. In Ruffalo, they would have anything type of brown ear tick, and then there's bond ticks, which he also found in this area. When they hold into an animal, suck the blood from the host, and the female more likely to drop off to the ground when she pretty much expand and then bury herself into the ground. Lies a lot of eggs, estimated about roughly 3,000 eggs, 6,000 eggs. And then for 2 months, those eggs pretty much would be hatched. For any host again, would have hooked up with so many of the scrub hares, any of whoever has blood to start off. Interesting things also, many of the ticks will live shorter, especially female after drop. There's many of the eggs, she's more likely to die. You can see also this young one also had a feed on that impalas that they had earlier. Playing very difficult to fit his tongue through this well-developed mane of his, especially on that position. That's where he found a lot of ticks that can actually got inside into the skin, hardly for that animal to get rid of these ticks. But that tongue, for sure, it works perfectly. Wherever it goes, fix the skin, they can fix their hair completely smooth again using their saliva. They can clean their own wound, get healed properly. Also say that if that tongue would be able to lick your skin as human for several times, maybe blood coming out because it's very rough. So everybody, since we are experiencing all of the leaking lines, and let's have a look at the expedition that is taking place. This afternoon after the sunset, 6:30, up in Mara.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
We are back here at andBeyond Phinda, and as we're sitting out here in these beautiful, massive open grasslands, looking at a giraffe out there in the distance. Not quite, but close enough to the massive grasslands of the Mara. And please remember that bookings for the Mara trip open up this afternoon at 6:30 Central African time, so directly after the sunset drive. So be sure to start booking today. We have left those lions. They were pretty settled there and showed no signs of movements, and we were having some issues with signal in that area. I think partly due to this weather we have this afternoon. You can see really gloomy and cloudy. Might not stay dry for the entire drive, but still quite a dramatic scenery that we're looking at. So right now we're moving through these open grasslands. There's that giraffe again. And hopefully we can come across something. And hopefully we can come across something. And hopefully we can come across something.
Well, it seems like it's not only us who's getting colder. This little fellow is clearly not having a great time at the moment. Fortunately, unlike us who have to wear jackets, he's got a built-in jacket in the form of fur, and we can clearly see how he puffs himself up. And that will trap some air in between the hair and the skin, which will act as an insulation layer, keeping him warm. Now, this is one of the squirrel species we have here in South Africa, and I know a lot of our viewers overseas, who generally people from overseas, often don't realize that we do have native squirrels in southern Africa, and this is the tree squirrel, which is the only one found in this region. And further west into the country, into the more arid and drier regions, we'll have the ground squirrel, which is slightly bigger with a much more bushy tail and different coloration. And the reason we stopped here is not because of the squirrel. Now, we are on the lookout for leopard, and we found a leopard of a different kind here. In this dry season, how amazing is it just to have this little flush of yellow and green that just jumped out at me as I drove past here. And it would be great if one of our viewers can tell us what family of plants this belongs to. Is what we refer to as an epiphyte. It's a plant that does not need to be anchored into soil. It just anchors itself on this dead leadwood tree, and it has aerial roots, as we refer to, and it gets its moisture from there. Small particles of the wood and grit that comes down gets trapped in there, and it almost creates its own little micro root system, so it can be totally isolated from the ground and still grow up in trees. It's not a parasite, it just grows on a structure. I have seen them on live trees, but they do not damage the trees. They just use them as a structure to grow on, so the tree does not benefit at all, nor being damaged by it. But in this case, there's no symbiotic relationship here. It's merely a plant growing on a dead tree. But should the tree be alive, it would be referred to as commensalism, where one party of the symbiotic relationship benefit and the other party is not influenced in any way, good or bad. Right, I'm going to jump queue, and I did give away a little hint as to what plant this may be, since I said we're looking for leopards. Now, this is one of our native wild orchids. It's called the leopard orchid. Watch and wait, my apologies. I jumped queue a little bit there. But yes, 100% correct. It is the leopard orchid and Zelia africana. Well, we're going to be continuing towards the dam up ahead, and we're going to scout around for some hippo. This is rather cool weather, and I'm not sure how that's going to affect the hippos, but we will continue and be back shortly.
So we're still sitting here with the bride. I haven't actually changed the plans. So maybe what I will do, I'll leave them for now, and then we come back just to check with them. But I believe they might be still here. We still have a little bit of a time to see if maybe we can find something else that we can put on a shore over here. It's not that actually they're so cool looking at them, but maybe if we can take another time, a few roads, check around, if we can maybe see something else we can talk about. Well, they're also enjoying that kind of condition of a weather, that actually the one won't actually be in need for rushing to a waterhole, and perhaps since they have a drink during the day, they gotta go pan, and they're still fine, I think. So, but we'll check with them. We'll come back, and then this is where we're gonna be searching with the spotlight, and then we're gonna infrared them, check them in infrared, just like what we were doing last night. It was so incredible, following them there. See them how they started to forage. We still haven't discovered the duck man, whether he's still around nearby. Wherever he is, he's probably have an eye on them. Perhaps when we drive around, we'll perhaps find them. So, with this bride, they don't look like they're going to make any plans of moving now, though they still okay. They have a little bit of energy from that impala they had midday. So we will probably leave them, check for something else. I hope we bump on the duck man during that search, because I don't think he's far away. Just not too sure if this morning he was with them. So also big apologies for all viewers due to the wind that we have this afternoon. So it's far different compare the way it was this morning. So it was just misty, but it was not windy. So we're gonna have this windy. We may drive through the windy, but we maneuver around that, because we're gonna have to work around and search for animal. I'm glad that we have pride of line, and then after searching around, looking for something else, we'll probably come back here and then begin with them. Hopefully they step to get around and then move around a little bit, and then we can keep up with them that young elephant, actually, they got so surprised by the young girl, like that elephant running into them, angry at them. And the rest of the herd went around. And then so that, they have a lot of experience of things like that had happened through their lives while they're still moving in this wood. So everybody, while I'm gonna be moving around here, living this pride, I'll be sending you across to Chris, who is at the chito them there.
As we moved on from that leopard orchid, I just want to scout around for some hippo, and they keep on submerging, and just while we're trying to get visual of hippo, just note all these swallows and how they're just diving to drink water in flight. And we'll just keep our eyes trained. Help me look for the hippo that emerges. They are definitely in here. Remember, they can hold their breath for up to about 5 minutes. Incredible for such a large animal. I can barely hold mine for like a minute. If I'm lucky. There we go. Hi. Doesn't seem to be overly happy with our presence. Keeps on going down, just coming up for a breather and then heading down again. I think we will be moving on a little bit. This little raft of hippos is not at this stage very accommodating. It could potentially be the weather, difficult to say exactly why. And we will continue to look for any sign of life, but it does appear that all around we are struggling. Good afternoon, Beatrice. Well, baby hippos are not able to hold their breath as long as adults. Now, we see this with us as humans as well. Now, the main reason being, they're still babies, their lungs are not fully developed, and I would say probably not even a minute, perhaps a little bit longer. But interesting is during that period, when the baby is very, very, very small, it will clutch onto the upper lip with its mouth, onto the mother's upper lip, and just tilt its head upwards. So every time the mother breathes, she pushes him up and he can breathe and he'll go down. And obviously the mother's instinct will know when to emerge again for it to breathe. It's one of the cutest things if you are ever in a position to observe something like that, when the babies are tiny, and this is only for a brief period, a couple of weeks, until it's able to, or strong enough to maintain its, breathing by itself, and then join the herd. And those initial periods when a baby hippo grows up, that first week or so especially, the mother just tends to move closer to the shallows, away from the herd itself, and which in its own could be risky, because large crocodiles could potentially go for baby hippos like that. But only in a few weeks they're already large enough that even large crocodiles will have a hard time taking them. And as we know, hippos don't hesitate to stand their ground against crocodiles. But interesting. Yes, to answer your question, baby hippos or calves, as we refer to, I would think that it won't be longer than a minute, if it's that long. But it will definitely be substantially shorter, since the lungs still need to develop even after birth. I'll tell you one thing, today is not the day that I would like to be a hippo. If it's this cold outside, I can just imagine how cold it's going to be in that water. Fascinates me how every single animal is adapted for what they do. Just every time that hippo emerges, you can just see how the ears, the eye sockets and the nostrils are elevated in the same level or plane. So the hippo can literally raise its head, and only those three parts sometimes even emerge, and the rest of the body is submerged, and it keeps it away from sunlight and visual from predators. We're going to be moving on to try and find any form of a leopard. Like I mentioned, it is going to be tricky, but we will persist. Always up for a challenge.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. Competitors are now doing the Hales halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
So everybody, we are mobile, left the pride of the lions, since they don't look like they're gonna go anywhere, so we're on search for possibly the leopard, just like Chris is doing. So we're checking on his side. A lot of tracks that we've seen of leopards, it's not that really fresh. There's an impala ahead of us, so we're gonna probably see that. When I found out, check carefully because it's been a wind, but there is some leopard tracks that have been in this area. You never know with the wind that it has been, so some tracks won't look that fresh. It's also been misty, but this track that I see here, probably after that misty. It's actually a leopard track though. So we're gonna spend time with this impala there and then look around, hopefully. That leopard didn't go far away. There's a chance of them able to hunt impalas in this condition of weather. It's a little windy. So everybody, I'm gonna check around here. In the meantime, I'm gonna be sending you across to Phinda, where they have a huge animal.
Good afternoon and welcome back here to andBeyond Phinda. We've done quite a lot of driving around looking for animals and looking for signal to bring this to you in your homes at the same time. We've managed to find this massive elephant bull who's just slowly feeding through these woodlands over here. And he is huge. Doesn't have the biggest tusks, but just look at the size of that head. And while he's quite peacefully feeding over here, look at those tears in his ears. On the one side, on his left ear, he's got a massive chunk missing out of his ear actually. On the other side, there's a little neat hole right through the ear. And if you look between the eye and the ear, you see that wet patch there on the face. There's some secretion there from that temporal gland. Now, we often use this as a identifying feature to see if an elephant is in must. Now, it's quite important to note that all elephants can have secretion from this temporal gland. It's merely a sign of stress on the body, not of must itself. So females can have it, calves can have it. And if you think about it, must is a extremely stressful time for the elephant. The testosterone levels go through the roof and they spend a lot of time following herds, covering big distances, fighting with other males. So most of the time you'll see a must bull will have that secretion, but it is not in itself a solid sign. What you do want to look for is the back legs. Now we can't really see here because he's just behind a little bush, but on a must bull you'd see that the back legs are actually dark and wet on the inside because they constantly dribble urine. And this bull is indeed in must. We did manage to have a look at him just now, and his legs are wet. So we know that must bulls can sometimes be a little bit more on edge with all that extra testosterone racing through their bloodstreams. He seems quite content feeding now at the moment, and he's actually nowhere near any of the herds right now. But amazing to see him picking carefully at like these little twigs mostly. You'd think that such a big animal would be out feeding in the woodlands, like on those big trees with the bright green leaves. But they really aren't fussy eaters. And right now he's just picking at it looks like some sort of bush over there. Looks like some leaves from can't see. We have a question coming in from Bradley asking what disadvantage it could be if elephants don't have their tusks. And while it's something that they can live without, look at that tusk here. You see how chipped it is on the tip. While they can live without their tusks quite sufficiently, and in fact, some elephants are naturally just born without tusks, they are very important tools and greatly, make their lives a lot easier. They'll use that for digging up roots, for stripping bark off of trees, for a big male like this, very important tool in fighting as well, as is in Must now when he comes across the herd, and if he finds a female who's an estrus, he would have to fight off any other must bulls for the right to mate. And while size is a huge advantage, and he's pretty big, and as well as experience, that tusk is hugely important in that as well. And without the tusk, it's like taking nothing to a knife fight. So yeah, it makes a big difference to them. They do sometimes lose them. They break off from either fighting or perhaps using it a little too much, breaking it in a tree or something. You can see how he's just broken off the tip there completely. Amazing to see all those scratches and cracks along the ivory. Look at that. And even at the base of the tusk, you can actually see a few scraggly hairs on his skin. Wow, look at that. And speaking of tusks, the Mara is known to have elephants with white tusks.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday, the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
So we are now seeing this antelope. We found an antelope impalas. And then in this area, it's been a leopard track that doesn't look fresh to me. Could be that maybe there's a lot of wind over it. But seeing the impalas where they may sometimes get hunted out there, but it's also about the same things which happen with these mara there, where there's a lot of wildebeest. When during that crossing of the river, so many of the predators are all waiting for them, including these crocodiles, and it happens lions are also aiming in them, so chance of survive is very small. It's applied the same here with this antelope. When it's too windy, they all get confused, especially when they move into the covert like this. They gotta move very carefully. May not know who is hiding for them, And it's going to be easy if there's anything right in front of them, because they actually now following the wind, which is not always a good idea, because the prey species, they would downwind them. I mean, the predators, they would actually downwind them. But somehow they got to do that. They have to change place to another. I mean, I would have spent a lot of time in the same place. It's a big number of their impalas, and saw them cross this road. Eventually, the food is no longer available. They got to move to somewhere else. Just to see how fluffy they are due to the cold, so their skin is not actually fixed. It's pretty like fluffy. Provide warmth in that way. Just moving off very safely. So, well, I'm gonna carry on, along this road. I know that track is actually, moving backwards that way. So, but we're gonna do a turn, just gonna see what is happening in this area, because this impala, they were a huge number. What happens, maybe they were hunted for the rest of these hours during the day. Michelle, you're asking whether the other antelope species are mixed feeder. Impalas, pretty much they are mixed feeder. And the various other antelope they are, except for the steenbok and these duiker. Will be a select feeder, those one. And being to that a mixed feeder also means that when they feed on pods of trees, but also grasses, trees at the same time, where you would see Ngala would be part of that as well. During a difficult time for animals to find the grasses, you would see also, even a buffalo, they would go for a small trees, browse a little bit, but they don't have to when there's so many grasses. Elephants also part of the mixed feeder. Take quite a lot of different species of plants, including grasses, herbs, peel bark of the trees on that. But these are actually mixed feeders. The chance of them survive, it's great. It's actually standard. Because they won't run out of the food. So you've got plenty of food around there.
One technique that seems to often yield results trying to find, especially cats, is to drive these cut lines or borders between different areas, often very straight roads or even fire breaks as we call it as well. Just drive them slowly. We did see some tracks of some lions and we just want to try and figure out how fresh they are. Now unfortunately there's a lot of traffic around this, but if we can find fresh tracks then it will point us in the right direction. And very often you would find them lying on the road. It's been a rather quiet afternoon, but you never know whether it's just due to the fact that they might want to move later. So we're going to stick to our plan and just slowly drive this cut line as we refer to it, and then hopefully see some tracks or even encounter them. The tracks that we saw earlier were not that fresh. It was from last night. So it appears that they've moved towards the south, and we just want to make sure that that is the case. And then once we've established that they are in a certain area, we can start narrowing and work the circle closer and closer until we've got them in a certain particular area, and then hopefully then it makes it easier to locate them.
Welcome back to andBeyond Phinda, and we're here with this massive elephant bull, and he's just slowly feeding here through the thickets, and it's quite interesting to watch how he's just been picking at the sickle bush around here, which is not the most heavily fed on trees. Things like black rhino and so on will often feed on them, but he's actually just been breaking off little twigs at a time. Earlier he took some mouthfuls of leaves, but most of it's just been picking off little twigs. And I mean, the sickle bush has such sharp, hard spines. They really are unpleasant for us, when walking through the bush. They guaranteed to rip your clothes. If you're off-roading, a sickle bush is one of the main culprits of a flat tire, and yet this elephant eats them and has zero issues with these thorns. Shows you just how hard that mouth is, and how tough those lips and tongue is. Nice wide open view here. He's hiding just behind the bush there, but you can see the whites of the tusks and that ears flapping. We're right at the edge of the open grasslands, just in this pretty dense thicket. And he's just pondering his next move now. He's been feeding slowly. I think he's getting close to the point where he's going to start moving again. So let's hope he gets up and about soon. I think most likely he's going to be walking down this road towards us, and we'll have to move out of his way. As as he's flapping those ears. Every now and then you can just barely get a glimpse of the hole through his ear there on that right side. There you can see it just through the twigs. Clean, neat hole. Looks almost like a bullet hole, except it's not. That would have most likely been from a twig or a thorn or a branch or something poked through the hole, maybe even a tusk while fighting. Those ears are massive, but very, very thin actually. Just a thin layer of skin and cartilage, and at the back those massive veins which they use to cool themselves down with in the day when it's hot. Although on a day like today you see not a lot of flapping. Very, very cool at the moment. If it gets too cold, he'll even just clamp those ears back on the side of his head to try and prevent exposing those veins to the air and cooling down unnecessarily. But luckily a massive animal like this, they don't worry too much with losing temperature. Can you hear the crashing there as he's slowly pushing through those thickets a bit? There's a little rattling testicular here now. Oh, and he's rumbling a little bit. So rattling testicular here on our right hand side that's complaining about this elephant coming closer. It never ceases to amaze me how the largest land mammal on earth can stay so quiet and so hidden. As we're getting closer to sunset, we can hear all the birds starting to call. We got some francolins up ahead of us that we're just calling now. Sure sign that they're looking to find a tree and settle up for the night. Not quite sunset here yet, although it is getting close. But with the cloud cover we have today, we can't even see the sun at all. That tusk shines through the bushes there. And just behind him, out on the horizon, you can actually see some trees in the distance, and you can just make out the hills up to the left there. These are the Lebombo Mountains, which run through the reserve and all the way up the coast, even through Kruger. Such a unique spot that we're in here. We've got the mountains on the one side, the Lebombo Mountains, and to our right hand side, we can't see it from where we are now, but if we're in a slightly more elevated position, we can actually see the coastal sand dunes that run all along the east coast by the Indian Ocean. And from where we are now, the ocean is maybe 20 kilometers, give or take. It's just a short drive. It's crazy to think that we can be here in the middle of the bush and just over the hill, literally, there's a big ocean over there. And it's because of that we have such unique diversity here. But we're gonna spend some time with this elephant, and I think we may move off a little bit soon and see what else we can find.
So everybody, we got a whole dazzle of a zebra there. They're all over into this bush, so I count above 20 of them. So it's a great number of zebra I ever seen, especially since we had all the winter take place. I know they're supposed to come back to the area, but I never seen greater number of 20 around here at Djuma, so it's good to see them. And they're all just going to dazzle around. Of course, dazzle, it's actually due to how they move through the bushes, so finally dazzling. So the striped display pretty much, and can be hardly to be spotted when in the bush. So, looks like that female there with a huge tummy, heavily pregnant, that only carry for 12 months. 12 months carry. And there seems to be, actually they breed all year round, most. So the pride of lions now, they are far away. They would love really to spend time hunting these zebras, because it's actually plenty of meat once if they succeed, get one down. This is where they would spend a lot of time. They eat in that. They fit very well and looks like healthy animals, zebra, because they don't actually care. So their diet is mainly grasses, from shorter to very medium. Matthew, so you're saying you love watching the zebra roadblock. Indeed, we don't have way out. We're going to have to wait for them to actually move out. I don't want to push them either. Wherever they come from, it's because of the wind. So what happened with the prey species, so wind blows and then hardly for them to face the wind all the time. So for a change, they would now do opposite to what the carnivore species do. Where carnivores, they have to face the wind, because then is actually a greater chance to, in advance, know what is in front of them. This is when they hunt. So with the prey species, they mainly don't want to face the wind, especially when it's drizzling in the wind. They'd rather just, look away from the wind and perhaps pushed or follow the direction of the wind. So these are plain zebra or virtual zebra.
Calling all WildEarth explorers, we have a new and frankly awesome travel prize for you to win. andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve encompasses an impressive 28,000 hectares of protected wildlife land in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. As you have seen on WildEarth, andBeyond Phinda showcases one of the continent's finest game viewing experiences and is well known for close-up sightings of the elegant yet elusive cheetah, as well as the rare black rhino. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the 16th of September, and you and a friend could be heading to the magnificent Phinda Mountain Lodge, where you will spend 3 nights escaping the real world at this ultimate safari location. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river, and it was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. I got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range, and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up, and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of it, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're still sitting here. We have a roadblock here, everybody. But it also gives chance for us to actually spend time with this animal, because we not always spend time with them, the zebra. The places that they always love, it's got to be slightly very open, short grass type. Now we've seen impala not far away from here, so if it happens, they're going to head in that direction. They may hooked up and stick around together for safety or overnight. Just amazing how they're harvesting grasses like this. But so they already have anything from about 36 teeth, the female she will, and the male will have about 40 teeth, so there's a difference. And then they have also shadow stripe, as you can see, but this stripe can be very much individual. This one, she looks actually a very strange stripe, like a little in a faint stripe, looks like a little dot there in those brownie. So they're very different, pretty much like our fingerprint. But also the mane that they have right to the top of their neck is also advertise the healthy on the animals. Once it's falling sideways, the animal's not healthy. So everybody, if they don't give us a road, there's only way gonna go right ahead of us. We're gonna wait here. In the meantime, let's go across to Wade, where he's in the watering hole.
Welcome back, and we have come to a watering hole at the edge of the grasslands, and it is a beautiful sight here. We have some white-faced whistling ducks, and can actually hear them calling there. Such a unique call. And there's quite the hive of activity around here. We've got those ducks on screen, but with another group of them flying up above us, another off to the left. And if we go to the left from those, we've got some swallows flying around here. The red-breasted swallows are back, being migrants, so it's really nice to see them back. And there's a little teal over there, just on the right-hand side of the screen. There's a red-billed teal, and not only do we have these lovely birds here at the Waterhole, but on our left-hand side over here, having just come for a drink, are some buffalo. Look at that. Beautiful big herd spread out. We saw some buffalo tracks earlier. It must have been the same herd. And they've covered quite a distance coming up to here. This is one of the prominent water holes in this area. And you can see they're now just grazing slowly. Quite a big herd. There's a few off in the thickets just on our left here, but he must be a good 60, 70, 80 buffalo, maybe even a bit more. And on a nice evening like this, having just had a drink, they're now making their way back down the same way they came. Look at that one moving there. They're most likely going to feed a little bit now, but with it slowly losing light, most likely going to be settling up for the night somewhere. And we'll probably see them often when the weather's like this. They move into these thickets here on the left-hand side that you can see that they're slowly filtering into now. And in these thickets, there are quite a few little clearings. And the buffalo especially, they'll often move into these thickets for shelter from the wind and the cold and such. And they settle in these little clearings and they all huddle up together. Sometimes if you're on foot, you can actually follow the sort of clear trail in, and then you see them like laying out along the edges of the trees, and it's really, really smart for them because they get a nice windbreak and good shelter. Nice warm spot to spend the night. So I think this is just the last meal before they lay down and maybe ruminate a bit. Maybe later on in the night, maybe get up and move a bit. We've got a couple of little ones over there as well. We have a question coming in from Hammond, asking if Phinda is known for being a wetland region. Hammond, no, not really. But we do have quite heavy sort of late seasonal rains, especially in the late summertime. So while the rainfall area here is a pretty average rainfall, we're not known for being an extremely wet part of the country. But it is very close to Mozambique. I mean, we may be an hour and a half's drive away from the Mozambican border and right up on the Indian Ocean. So especially in the sort of late summer, January, February, March, the sort of cyclone season, we get a lot of these cyclones that blow up the coast. And while we don't get necessarily those heavy winds because we're not right up on the coast, we do get sort of this steady, heavy rains. So it can become quite waterlogged around that time, for short bits at a time. And this section where we are now, this is what we call a floodplain grassland. And what would happen here is that during these sort of heavy seasonal rains, the local rivers, the banks would burst and sort of flood this flat, open area over here. You can really see just how open it is. And the sections we were driving through earlier, it's massive. while that doesn't quite happen anymore, there's still a lot of clay and cotton soils around here. So, yeah, in this area, with just a bit of rain, a lot of this soil turns to like soup, and it becomes quite tough to drive around. So sometimes you have to avoid the open areas after heavy rain. But as we're looking around here, this is only sometimes waterlogged. But speaking of wetland, the Mara is actually known for having vast regions of wetland. And let's have a look at what they see there.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
We're still here at this waterhole with the buffalo slowly moving off on our left-hand side, and on the right we have all these lovely water birds with this little grebe puttering along here in the water. Just remember that the bookings open for the Mara trip after this drive at 6:30 Central African time, so don't be shy and be sure to book your spot as soon as possible. We're going to sit here for a bit and just sit quietly. A lot of these birds are calling, moving around. We've got some bats flying up overhead. And let's just sort of take in the scenery for a little while. There's a little kingfisher that just dove into the water to the left of us. And if we pan to the right, to the left, it's just settled on the reeds there, back into the water, straight up ahead. And there's that little malachite kingfisher. They are such beautiful little birds. Look at that. Amazing. Look how that body bobs up and down on that reed in the wind, but the head stays completely still. We have a comment coming in from Matthew saying that there's actually a lot going on here. And Matthew, you are very right. Often when you show up at a waterhole or an open area, at first you look around and you see absolutely nothing. And a lot of people often get disheartened by it, but a lot of the time we spent out in the bush teaches you that patience is actually one of the most important things. And just by spending time sitting somewhere, you'll always see that it's a lot more than you first realized. For example, when we stopped here at this waterhole, we just saw the ducks flying overhead. But the longer you sit, the more you see, and there's always little waders and animals coming to drink. And it's much the same anywhere else, even in sightings. People often get to a sighting and see not much is happening. The lions are sleeping or there's something like that. But if you just sit by and watch, you're always bound to see something. You learn a lot more just by watching and observing those little behaviors and creatures. We'll sit here a while longer and see if anything else comes, and if not, we'll slowly move along.
As another day in Africa reaches its end, this is the perfect moment just to pause, experience, and remember the day. And just soak up the view and reflect on the day you just experienced. It's almost as if Africa speaks to you when you take the time to listen to it and just soak up and take in its marvel. Welcome back aboard. The day is slowly but surely reaching its end, and I've just stopped to just take a moment and just pause for a second and experience and just reflect on the day and just let the African wild speak to you. As I always say, Africa is a place of contrast. One moment the weather is hot, no wind. Next moment you'll have rainfall, overcast weather. The one moment you'll be with a pride of lions attempting to bring down buffalo. Suddenly you'll find yourself driving around for 2-3 hours and it appears almost sterile, as if there's nothing living around you. Good evening, Lucy. That is a very good question. Buffaloes do not migrate in the same way that the wildebeest would do in East Africa and other parts of Africa where it happens to a lesser extent. Now, buffalo do live in home ranges, so they've got a clearly defined area. They're not territorial, but they do have a home range. Now, in our context, in our area, that could very well be several thousand acres. So locally, let's take for instance us here at Djuma. We might not see buffalo herds for extended periods and almost get the feeling that they've migrated away. What in actual fact happened there is they've just moved to a different portion, since their own home range is much larger than the area that we can in fact cover realistically. So they don't migrate in the same fashion that the wildebeest does. And even with the wildebeest down south here in southern Africa, well, more specifically the greater Kruger region where we are situated, we do not see the same migrations as you would in East Africa. There's a very specific combination of environmental factors that prompts the wildebeest to do those migrations up north in East Africa. And those factors are not present in all their various forms here in this particular part of the world. And also that another fact is buffaloes are bulk grazers. Now, the wildebeest that migrate will keep on following the rainfall in order to get that sort of new regrowth green grass that comes out, whereas buffalo are happy to eat green grass, dry grass, as long as there is quantities, which we have in excess here. So therefore no need for them to migrate. But they do cover large distances, but still within their own home range. Just listening, there's something I heard back there. Just a little chirp of a bird that I can't identify. But it's probably nothing. And since we've soaked up this fantastic view, we finished. We can basically continue. We will slowly but surely head back to the central parts of our area closer to camp. There was quite a bit of activity there earlier today with the cats. We know the lions were there with Andrew, what was relatively close. There's always leopard activity there. So we will just keep circling the area, keep listening out, and hopefully come back to you with a leopard.
Hello and welcome back. The sun has set, and well, not that we could see it with it being so gloomy and cloudy, but as it's getting dark now, we're shifting our focus a little bit, and things like those buffalo we don't want to disturb now this time of the evening. And as we switch to the night vision, the spotlights, and just now the infrared cameras, we out in search of some nocturnal creatures. We may head down back to those lions at some point and see if they've moved. It is a little bit tough in the area that the lions were in. Sorry, as I was saying, in the area that the lions were in, it's a little bit tough with the signal. But hopefully they move out just now. We saw they were hunting, well, they were looking to hunt. So if they move a little bit, it would be nice to go and try and find them again. We have a question coming from Elizabeth asking, what are some of the popular nocturnal animals we get on Phinda? We're very fortunate here to get quite a lot. Obviously the lions are always a crowd favorite, especially those big male lions. They are so impressive. The leopards are also quite a nice one. I managed to have an amazing sighting of quite a big male near one of the waterholes 2 days ago with guests. And always a tough cat to find, but we are quite fortunate to have a good leopard population here. And then there's some of the more unique and interesting creatures, the smaller ones without the big teeth, things like the porcupines, and the genets. I'm always quite a big fan of a large spotted genet. But in areas like this, lots of aardvark burrows, you'll often see the tracks. Spotting the aardvark is another story entirely. They're often very shy creatures that come out a lot later at night. And of course, one of our amazing projects that we have going on here at Phinda at the moment is pangolins. For the last couple of years we've been reintroducing pangolins to this region with the African Pangolin Working Group and the Johannesburg Wildlife Vets. So pangolins that have been rescued from the international trade get rehabilitated and sent here and rehomed. And we now have quite a few pangolins now living and moving along here. Very tough to come across them, but it does happen occasionally on drive. And while in the summertime they would be more nocturnal, coming out when it's a bit cooler, they're actually surprisingly temperature sensitive, and on a cold evening like this they probably would have gotten active a bit early. Have some nightjars flying around. Alright, we're gonna keep
Sorry about what happened to Wade there in Phinda, all the technical issues, but you got me, so we all still bumbling around. So now I'm heading back to the Pride. Hopefully we get there, get to see them moving or doing something at least. Actually I should be there just before, but it was a There's a little bit delay on the road, so we're gonna do something quickly. It was also technical, but I'm gonna actually make my way there now. They would love also to be mobile about these lines.
RSA has a long history, over 90 years, of being involved and even pioneering aspects of the conservation sector in South Africa. Over that long history, we have realized that all of the issues that we are facing both locally and globally are due to human impact. Therefore, we need to concentrate on working with people, and that is what WESA does. What makes me passionate about the work that we do at WESA, and in particular the work that I engage in, is actually connecting with people. Currently the work that I'm working on is working with youth in a skills development program, and just to meet the youth and to hear their stories and to bring them opportunities that we hope will have some impact on their lives really fuels me to get up every morning. A huge shout out to the women that I work with, as well as to all the women that are contributing hugely within the environmental sector, both in South Africa and in the world.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Have you ever wondered what elephants do at night? Well, exactly what they do in daytime. They eat. Welcome back aboard, and as we were looking for leopard again, we managed to encounter this herd of elephants that's been sticking around camp for the last couple of days. And as you can see, no different to what we've seen the last couple of days. They do exactly the same. We're going to just reposition. They're just up ahead, literally around this bush, and we will just stay with me. I'm going to do it quite slowly. This elephant group is very relaxed with the car, and it's a rather easy area for now in terms of negotiating the terrain. I'm deliberately not putting on my headlights because there's enough ambient light in order to see where I'm going, and the light might just scare them. Elephants do not like spotlights, nor do we use them, since we have the equipment to view them without spotlights. And the light that you see there is infrared, so only the camera can see that, where I'm looking, I'm just seeing very large blobs of elephants with no lights on them. It's in fact quite a pity it's very overcast. Good evening, Devon. Elephants become fully mature at about 40 to 45 years in the case of the males or bulls, and the females a little earlier than that, but yes, that's at the stage where they probably stop growing, probably earlier than that. I would say middle to late 20s in the case of the males. And then they just keep bulking up. But it can take up to 45 years for a big male or elephant bull to become fully mature. They live like us for a very, very long time. I mean, if you compare them to the antelope, which lives a mere average of about 10 years. So elephants do live quite long, and it takes a while before they are fully mature. What's interesting is something totally different. A crocodile never stops growing. Just as a little interesting fact on the same subject. I think if I ever have to choose to become an animal, I would, without doubt, become an elephant. Hear all these sounds, how they break branches and chew twigs and leaves. This is also a time for them to be cautious. I did mention that they do exactly what they do during daytime. They need to feed for extensive periods. Elephants need copious amounts of plant matter. A big bull can consume in excess of 200 kilograms of plant matter in a day. Drink several liters of water. I mean, an adult elephant needs about 90 liters of water a day, minimum. And they, if available, they'll drink a lot more than that. But it is dark, the sun has set, and this is the time of lions. And even though elephants are not a normal or regular prey item of lions, it's not everywhere where lions would target them. It would always be in the back of their minds that especially a young one like this could be vulnerable to lions if separated from its herd. So you would often find at night that they will be a little closer together when they browse and graze. While we're enjoying this incredible sighting, let's look at an upcoming expedition in 2022.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday, the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
We're still with this group of elephants, and what amazing sequence that was with the Masai Mara. The bookings will be open directly after the sunset drive at 6:30 Central African time. It would be amazing to be able to join that expedition, an area that I'm dreaming to visit myself. In the meantime, we're back here in South Africa, in the low velds, here at Djuma, and we are with this group of elephants that are having an early dinner. Well, in theory, their dinner is going to last for several hours. And the reason for that being their digestive system is not as effective as, for instance, ruminants or animals like cows that chew the cud or ruminate. So they need to consume much larger quantities of food and pass them through the system more frequently in order to gain the same amount of nutrition. Now, we are going to be moving a little bit forward. I just want to investigate what the terrain is like. I cannot see more than about 30 meters ahead. If the terrain remains open, we will stay with the elephants. If not, if it becomes a little bit denser, then it's probably a wise idea not to keep pursuing them in darkness. It's something that I prefer to do in the open when it's dark, so you do have a bit more visibility and maneuver areas. Lynn? Definitely they just never ever stop eating. Well, apart from when they sleep and drink water. But yeah, like I just mentioned, it's all got to do with their digestive system. Now, if you think about a cow who's got a 4-chambered stomach, where they consume grass and they ruminate, or what we refer to as chew the cud, they bring it back into the mouth, they re-chew it and they swallow it. So it gets finely chewed. So just get that sort of, the digestive process is much more thorough. Now, elephants have just one big fermentation tank in the stomach, and it's not nearly as effective as a ruminant, for instance, or, for instance, our digestive systems. And therefore, they just need to keep on passing through quantities to get the same amount of nutrition out of this plant, and even more so in winter. Remember, the grass is quite dry at the moment, so it's more nutrient deficient than you would find in summer when it's wet and green. There's much less green leaves, and therefore they focus a lot on twigs now. They'll strip the bark of certain trees. Quite a bit of nutrition in the inner bark of a tree there, and it's all about quantity. So it's a very, very good observation that you've done with me today, that elephants just never seem to stop eating. We are going to be moving on. They have seemed to move off, and visibility is a bit of an issue there, so we always want to keep safe as well, as much as we want to have an experience. So we'll be slowly but surely heading back to the road and let them be.
So the pride have gone, so we couldn't find them there, everybody. So I think they started to get mobile earlier than we thought they would do, maybe later on. So we want to look. I already checked the northern boundary. I'm not sure where they're gone, maybe west, or they headed back to Galagopan. This is where we're doing rotation around here, circling around these roads, hoping to see them coming out of the roads. So they have moved. And at first let's check the northern Waterhole, where they were. They're not there. So we're gonna maybe check this road back to Galagopan if they maybe decided to move west straight that side. They would carry on more hunting the whole night. They would need a sustainable meal than other parlours they have. It was only just to keep them going, but it won't really be enough for a couple of days. And they would have probably moved through the bush, that's the thing. So we're just gonna hope to come across them on the road.
Good evening, you're back with us here at andBeyond Phinda. And while it looks like I'm just shining the spotlight at some grass, which I actually am, there was just a little jackal that has crept into these grasses over here. Hunting there, I just see a flicker of eyes there. He's down that side. It's a little side-striped jackal in this open grassland here. Another one of the nocturnal creatures we can look to find. Let's drive just a little bit that way. He's right at the edge of where we can see, but there's a road that cuts just there. Perhaps we'll get another glimpse of him. It would be nice to see him out in the open. But this is the time they'd be out and about, hunting all kinds of little insects and creatures. Being omnivores, this little jackal will take any opportunity for a meal, from tasty fruits or seeds to maybe birds' eggs or little reptiles. So if you had to come across a little lizard or even a small animal, field mouse, there he is. That's it over there. So camouflaged. Just a quick glance at him. He's gone over the ridge there now. Yeah, so this is the side striped jackal, while the black-backed jackal is typically... Sorry, I'm just going to move around while we chat. While the black-backed jackal is by far the more common one, here on Phinda we actually don't have many black-backed jackals. We see them every now and then, but the side-striped one is the far more prevalent one, especially in this area. And this one in particular over here is one that we see often around. We have a question from Debbie asking if both species of jackal are equal in size. Debbie, I'm not entirely sure. From what I've seen, it looks to me that the black-backed jackal is a little bit on the bigger side compared to the side-striped, but it's a very small difference. I think for all intents and purposes they're pretty similar size, but I do stand to be corrected. I'll just change gear here. He did creep up this way. I'm just going to loop around onto the road and see if there's another glimpse to be had of him, or it, shall I say. I'm not sure if it's a male or female. But while we loop around here and see if we can get another view of him, why don't we head over to Chris, who's also on the search for nocturnal creatures.
We are just slowly driving around quarantine area, and we know that there's been a lot of activity here in the last 24 hours with both lion and leopard, and we're also hoping to find any nocturnal creatures in the last couple of minutes of today's show. And that could be anything for that matter, and we'll hopefully be able to find something. Not looking for anything in particular, just slowly but surely scanning. We just passed a few impala, which I didn't want to put the spotlight on, so now we use the spotlight just to locate animals. And as soon as we have located them, we use the camera with the infrared in order to view them. Now, because there's such a lot of impala in this open area known as quarantine, that could potentially be a draw card for predators as well. And help me find something. You're more than welcome to help me look. If you suddenly spot something in the light, send a comment. Just see some impala up ahead. I'm deliberately not putting the spotlight on them because it will blind them temporarily, and it can take them up to 20 minutes to regain their full nocturnal vision, and that would be an unfair advantage to the predators. So it's never a good idea on safari to spotlight any game animals. The nocturnal creatures are fine, but it still impacts them. Good evening, Victor. The smallest nocturnal creature I have seen on Game Drive would be a mouse. I can even go smaller. There's a few spiders that are also nocturnal, like the bark spider, for instance, that we only see in summer, really. That's even smaller. So it all depends on what type of creature. Mammals, I would say mice. There's quite a number of species of mice out here. And then insects, once we go down to insects, it becomes minute. But I assume you're referring to mammals. And then I would go for a mouse. Can't recall which species it was. But there's quite a number of rodent species around here. Seems very quiet today. All right, we will slowly continue. I know we are slowly reaching the end of the show, but let's squeeze out the last couple of minutes and hope for the best.
The Masai Mara in Kenya is an iconic wilderness filled with life. Its inspirational beauty has captivated our hearts on WildEarth for many years. While this season of the world's greatest migration has been missed, WildEarth is preparing a spectacular comeback in 2022. For the first time ever, WildEarth will be running expeditions to Kenya's Masai Mara throughout the 2022 migration season. Hosted by David Githu and Isaac Rotich, you could be a part of the team that shares the wildebeest migration with the world, live on WildEarth's daily safaris. If you're interested, then head over to our website to find out more. Bookings open on Sunday the 22nd of August, straight after the Sunset Safari.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. Almost like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody who haven't yet come right with the pride of line that have moved after we have left them. So we only assume that they maybe headed west, which is actually, if they're done that, it's actually a big block that for them to come out on the next road, which is the Galago shortcut. And that's why I've taken these to track now, because they take us close to slightly western side of where they were. Lucy, so you are asking there's any bush baby in Sabi saying, so yeah, we have one species of bush baby in Sand, where it's a lesser bush baby, and they're actually so cool to see, you know. That's why when we shine around with spotlight is the only time you would spot them, but they're tiny little things, and they're so used tree, that's how they get around. So they jump tree to another. And they have a very long back leg and a very short foreleg, so they have the ability to jump very far. So that's what they go. But then it's so good about them. They create in the area, they would create their habits of feed, which they to feed on the gum of the trees. With that, they would actually inject trees, bite branches of the trees that they would know for sure for the next evening they may be mobile. These trees would form sort of like gums, and then it will go leak those. It will feed also on some various insects. But they are nocturnal, highly nocturnal. In the day, they would be sleeping in those holes, tree holes. So everybody, just a reminder again, after this evening drive, so you can start booking for a Mara expedition there, which is going to be really amazing to be in an area like that. It's going to be such a dream. But for this evening, everybody, we're all coming in the end of this very beautiful evening show of the day. But then we're also hoping to, see you again tomorrow morning at the same time. So we all wish you the best evening of the day. From us, goodbye.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include